so that we don't entangle our tethers.
Перевел ручку. Принято.
The handle's in the right position. Removing the panel. Panel's been removed.
This is Mission Control Houston, nearing the 1.5 hour mark into this morning's spacewalk by Oleg Novitski and Piotr Dubrov outside of the Poisk module on the Russian segment of the station. They're in the home stretch of installing a new fluid flow regulator unit in the Zarya module.
And then we're going to need...
We have several more social media questions that have come in via hashtag AskNASA.
So
Luis Granados asks, those components at the end of their service life, how are they disposed of? Have a safe spacewalk. Thanks, Luis. The two cosmonauts will manually jettison this airtight container later in this morning's spacewalk. It will be jettisoned retrograde or to the aft portion of the International Space Station to avoid any possibility of recontact with the International Space Station. Its mass and dimensions have been analyzed and will re-enter the Earth's atmosphere within a few weeks, if not months. So that's how this particular component at the end of its service life, the fluid flow regulator being removed from Zarya, will be disposed of.
Not yet. And now I do.
Bob O'Dare Jr. asks, when does the Piers module undock and re-enter? As we said earlier in our broadcast, the unpiloted ISS Progress 77 cargo ship that was launched to the station back in February docked to the Piers docking compartment, which is on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the station. That will be the method by which Piers is extracted or undocked from its docking port that it has been attached to since September of 2001. And the engines on the Progress 77 cargo ship will be used to fire in a deorbit maneuver to dispose of not only itself but Piers that will burn up in the Earth's atmosphere over the Pacific Ocean. That undocking will take place about 2 days after the launch of the new Naúka multipurpose laboratory module from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. Once that launch takes place, Russian flight controllers outside of Moscow will assess the health and systems of the new multipurpose laboratory module before Piers undocks. That will clear the Earth-facing port of the Russian segment of the station for the arrival of the Naúka module 6 days after Piers leaves the International Space Station.
Working on the second bolt on my side.
Олег, у тебя там клавиши под рукой. Да, открываем. Так, сейчас.
Should we open already, Moscow?
Так. Так, все готов. Так, что-то мешает нам. Попробуй потяни я.
Piotr tried to pull on it. Doesn't want to open.
Как приняли?
Moscow, how copy?
Приняли. Барашки все, конечно, выкручены свободно.
And you obviously took out all the butterfly bolts.
Надо подумать.
Yes, we did, but the cover won't open.
Хорошо.
It's loose, but it may have sealed to the internal surface.
Если сломается.
We might use a knife or a screwdriver to try to pry it open. But the handle doesn't work, right? No, the handle shows open. we are actually tagging on it. See, the handle shows open. The bolts have been all removed. So it seems like it just that something is holding it through inside. You may have to use a cutter to try to pry it open. What about the pressure inside? The pressure should have been released even before. Are there any other bolts possibly that we have overseen? No other bolts. And I can tell that it has enough crack to open, but it just goes back and forth, but not out. Oh, never mind. It just cracked open. The best thing about this is it finally budged, and we were able to open it. Okay, now make sure that it's tethered so that it doesn't fly away. Which tethers are we supposed to secure them with? I can actually use one of mine, which is adjustable, so I can give it more slack.
Ты близко там к винту закрытия балки. Надо его открутить ключом-трещоткой. Сжатие вот в центре. Так, мне сейчас...
Are you close to the ratchet wrench? Not really sure, but I think for me, Oleg, it will be easier from where I am located. Okay. This is EV2. I actually have a cutter next to me, so I can come back and help Oleg if he needs my help.
Так, резко лопнуло. Принято.
The lanyard has been cut. Copy.
Так, отвернули барашек, платформа свободно перемещается.
The butterfly bolt has been removed, and the platform is moving freely inside. So are we taking it out or what?
Она платформа и так выходит. Здесь не надо открывать эту калитку.
Make sure you open all the items that are preventing it from being retrieved from the airtight container. It wasn't being held by anything, so it just came out on its own.
Если готово, можно устанавливать.
Guys, as you are ready, you are go to install it. Piotr will need to take a necessary body position before we do that.
2, либо, может, ты будешь контролировать попадание... ты, наверное, не дотянешься туда, да?
Oleg, you can monitor
Тебе, наверное, удобнее будет смотреть.
and verify that I'm actually inserting in the right place.
Нормально?
Готов взять.
I'm ready to take it over from you.
Держу.
Do you have a hold of it?
Так, а мне тогда нужно будет...
I do, but for the caps, I will need to move closer to you.
А он сдвинется, если что. Он далеко не сдвинется. Он должно хватить, сейчас посмотрим. В принципе, для той хватило. Так, ладно, подвижный.
All right, well, let's see what happens.
Так, как там лучше? Да, я взял. Пускаю. Так, держи еще, я перехвачу и возьму.
Okay, hold on for a little while longer.
Возьмусь.
I'm going to
Так, подниму.
go further on my handrail.
Отпустил.
Now I released.
Так, все. Секунду.
Stand by.
С моей стороны проушенного совсем не видно.
On my side, I cannot see the lugs at all,
Видно, куда он должен стать, какие проушины.
so we do not see the lugs where we should install. There should be 4 of them.
Внутрь должна вставаться. Это наружу торчат там на раме проушины, но они внутренние.
Yes, the lugs are internal, actually.
Спины торчат, да? Да,
Да.
но мне с той стороны не видно.
But I cannot see them on this side.
Так, вот я стараюсь ее так параллельно.
I'm trying to hold my surface in parallel. Now I need to feed it in slowly and correctly.
Это
Еще чуть-чуть сюда, ко мне.
Okay, close it towards me, please. I'm trying.
до упора, так по ощущениям.
And to the stop. Don't release until you feel that it's inserted to the stop.
Пытаюсь поднять вверх, у меня не выходит из спины.
I am trying to raise it.
На ручке.
Okay, I think I'm in the groove now on the handle. Good.
Ролик захватился. Ручка движется.
I have engagement, I have movement.
Помочь? Так.
Do you need any assist? No, I am just going to move along my handrail.
Ручка зафиксирована.
And now the handle is secured. Excellent.
И стыкуем разъемчик.
Now you may mate the connector.
Так, чуть отдышаться.
Let me take a breather.
Так. Подхожу к разъему.
I'm getting closer to the connector.
Тебя подбежать может?
Do you need some assist? Yes. Hold my legs so they don't fly away on me.
Шнурки на месте, все там, да, зафиксировано?
Okay, towards me now, please.
Да, все завязано шнурками. Так.
And now we have secured
Крэшбэк укладывать.
Подтягивает.
and tighten the slack on the tether.
Переменной длины, он тебя тянет.
The adjustable tether on the right. Move it a little bit forward.
Так, первую нить застраховал.
Okay, number 1 is secure. Okay, now I'm undoing it.
На этот же карабин можешь другие, да?
You may use the same hook for others. I think I will do that.
Да, хорошо.
Number 2 is released. Copy.
One hour, 40 minutes into this morning's spacewalk, Oleg Novitski and Piotr Dubrov are working to secure the new fluid flow regulator unit in the Zarya module, having removed the old unit, ensuring that it is secure until it's placed back into an airtight container that they will jettison later in the spacewalk. This is the first task of the morning. After this is complete, they will press ahead then to the major objectives of the spacewalk, which is the retraction of a telescoping boom called the Strela boom that is attached to the Pirs docking compartment, stowing it on the Poisk module, demating an antenna feeder unit from Pirs, and mating Core's automated rendezvous cables
The cable here, maybe that.
That have been used for Russian vehicle dockings to the Pirs docking compartment. All of this as the decommissioning of the Pirs module continues in advance of its disposal later this year.
Проще обрезать, может быть.
It would be easier to cut. Yes, if we could cut in the middle, but we need to secure the other end then. Okay, secure, and now I can try to cut it. Tell me which way to go, right, left? This way is good. It doesn't like to be cut. This cutter is not very good. I got it. It is cut. Copy.
Piotr, ты оставь пока, наверное,
Piotr,
не убирай их.
leave the cords on the red,
Мы тогда
and let's work on the connector mating.
Хорошо, принято.
Copy.
Так, оставил шнурки на рыке.
The cords are on the red.
Так. Тут еще один есть.
There is one more here.
Так.
До последней, можете, не надо.
Maybe you don't have to do the last one.
Нет, там он держит провод, тогда не получится достать разъем.
Well, I have to because
Хорошо.
there is a wire that it is holding, and I will not be able to access the connector. Oh, well then.
Да, почему-то посередине узлы вот эти, которые не пролазят в отверстие проволочных фиксаторов, к которым лишки привязаны.
In the middle, I cannot get through the opening in the wire ties.
Ну, ты вытаскивай разъем, он у тебя одним концом застрахован нормально.
Well, you may pull out the connector because it is secured on one end to the protective ring.
Разъем не дотянется до фиксирующей платы, поэтому надо было...
Well, if I reach for the tether, then I cannot reach with the connector to the plate. Okay, got it.
Так, есть. Так, ключ напротив шага.
Okay, I have the wrench.
Открыть, да, вижу.
I can see that you opened the slide wire. Yes.
Можно сейчас чуть-чуть ноги приподнять наоборот, чтобы я туда нажму.
And now raise the tabs here.
Зашел. Сейчас вот надо вот так.
Just like this.
О. Так, отлично. Так, готов приступить к стыковке.
I'm ready to start with connector mating. Copy. You have a go for connector mating.
Принято.
Copy.
Завел, вы по стрелке на закрытие.
And align the arrow, maybe the other way, and lock.
Нет, другой это расстыковка.
No, the other way would be demating.
Так. Смотрим.
Okay, let me see which way.
Есть Разъем состыкован.
Connector is mated. The tab is closed. Copy.
Вкладываю в лишку.
There was a drop and come. Inaudible. Okay. Would you like me to hold it a bit longer? Yes, please. I have it. The connector is now aligned. And we have it on video, so you don't have to do any photography. You may close the flap. And just tuck in.
Flying 260 miles over northwest China, 1 hour 50 minutes into this morning's spacewalk. The new fluid flow regulator has been installed in the Zarya module. The two cosmonauts, Novitski and Dubrov, are checking out the final configuration of the connectors that they've mated. Russian flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow are waiting for telemetry from the newly installed unit that will complete the first task of this morning's spacewalk.
Is closed. Copy. And the marks are aligned. You need me to hold it a bit longer? Yes, please.
From Oleg Novitski's helmet camera, looking at his colleague Piotr Dubrov, the two cosmonauts both making the first spacewalks of their career.
Maybe not anymore.
The Earth 260 miles below them. And this wide view of the work site at the Zarya module, adjacent the Poisk airlock and docking port on the right side of your screen. Novitski, Dubrov, and NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei launched almost 8 weeks ago aboard the Soyuz MS-18 spacecraft from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan on a 2-orbit rendezvous.
Oleg, maybe you can.
Vande Hei worked with his two cosmonaut colleagues to help them suit up late Tuesday evening in preparation for this morning's spacewalk.
The MLI flap is closed. The wire tie is slightly on the surface. I couldn't really tuck it in. I hope you can see it on the video, how the wire tie is located. Okay, Piotr, thank you. Now remove the safety tether hook from the panel, releasing it right now, the tether hook.
The two cosmonauts will conduct a visual inspection of each other's spacesuits. That's part of the typical protocol during any spacewalk out of the International Space Station, basically called the buddy system. They'll move the old fluid flow regulator unit to the Poisk module airlock hatch, where it will be stowed in advance of its being jettisoned later in the spacewalk.
First in half closed position. Yes, it's already half closed. And I'm holding on to the cover right now.
A good view from Oleg Novitski's helmet camera of the old fluid flow regulator unit being stowed in the so-called airtight container that will be jettisoned later in the spacewalk, retrograde from the station, to prevent any possibility of recontacting the orbital laboratory.
I'm going to lock my tether hook right now and work on the wing screws. Both wing screws are now closed. Excellent. So now the safety tether hook, secure it on the container to be transported. Copy. Oleg, maybe you need to move forward, maybe towards the operator post. I agree. I'm going to move aside for you. So how are we going to switch places? So I can remove the sealed container. Let me get closer here and get the hook secured. This tether you have right now, maybe we can rehook it higher up, and the second one, secure it to that handrail over there. I don't think I can reach the hook right now.
Так, в принципе, готовы.
Okay, actually, we are basically ready to translate back.
Замки в открытое положение.
First of all, locks to open position. And I need to move the container.
Так, один замок.
One lock is in open position. Second lock is in open position. The container is free now.
Олег, ты можешь их вернуть
Copy.
в положение, может быть, на будущее.
Now you may return them to the operational position. Oleg? Return the latches into the working configuration.
Так, оба замка в работе.
Both latches are in working configuration.
Как
Copy. Report how you feel. We feel good.
самолетики?
Так, давай на контейнер я буду держать.
Let me hold on to the container.
Ты можешь чуть сместиться, я его тебе туда ближе.
Yes, if you move a little bit, I can hand it over to you.
Я сейчас через платформу тогда перейду.
And I'm going to translate towards the handrails via the platform. Hopefully nothing is in the way.
За тобой туда пойду.
And then I can translate.
Так, у меня карабин не перепутанный.
Please check if my tethers are twisted or not.
Нет, не
No, they're not twisted.
какая-то пыль летает с контейнера, наверное.
We can see some dust particles flying from under the container, I suppose.
Так, готов взять.
I am ready to receive.
Взял. Отпустил.
I have it and I released it.
Перемещусь на ту сторону.
Okay, let me go to that side.
Сектор 1 остался.
I am on my tether now.
Мешает фаут.
Yes, this tether is in the way, the tether from the sealed container, and it is tight now.
Да, Петр, и слева у тебя антенны. Имею в виду, ты не видишь их?
Piotr, remember the antennas?
Да, вижу.
Yes, I can see the antenna.
Может, чуть-чуть двинуться еще.
Maybe you can move a little bit further, Oleg,
Я могу подержать контейнер.
and I can hold on to the sealed container for a while.
Держу.
I'm holding it, and I release the container.
Так, сейчас.
Ребята провели проверки подключенной панели. Подключение подтверждено.
So we tested the panel, and everything seems to be nominal.
Отлично.
We can confirm. Excellent.
Сейчас не должен антенну зацепить на клемме.
Да, сейчас ты отошел чуть подальше.
Okay, I moved out of the way.
Все, перешел на боковой поручень.
And I'm moving to the handrail,
Держу контейнер.
and I got the container.
Так, настал перемена длины.
And the adjustable tetherets.
Так, оба карабина.
All right, both hooks and the safety
Гермоконтейнер.
tether of the pressurized container are connected to the gap spanners. Copy.
Так, Петр, сколько тебе
Piotr,
нужно? Насколько мне можно уходить?
how much space do you need? How far should I get away?
Метров на 40.
Well, I can move for up 40 centimeters. Let me stand by, and you can get a bit closer.
Так, взял. Отпускаю. Есть.
All right, I'm letting it go. Okay. Just a second. I got it. The paint is peeling. Yep. I am moving along the gap spanner. Do you still have it? Yep. Copy. Just a little bit more. I have it now. Releasing.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours, 11 minutes into this morning's spacewalk by Oleg Novitski and Piotr Dubrov. The 238th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. One of the upgrades just completed, the installation and checkout of a new fluid flow regulator panel for the Zarya module, the first component ever launched to the International Space Station.
I'm using the...
Flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov have reported a good checkout and good telemetry coming from the newly installed unit. So the two cosmonauts are in the process of hauling the old unit in an airtight container back to the Poisk module airlock, where it will be temporarily stowed before it is jettisoned later in this morning's excursion.
Okay. I have secured my hooks to gap spanners. Copy. And I got the container. All right. And then I'll need to grab that handle. Okay.
The two cosmonauts, after exiting the Poisk airlock about 30 minutes behind schedule, are making up time. They're now about 30 minutes ahead of the phased elapsed time for this morning's spacewalk, just about right on the timeline set in the pre-spacewalk preparations for this excursion. The first Russian spacewalk since last November, when the two Sergeys, Ryzhikov and Kud-Sverchkov, conducted a spacewalk in which they performed some preliminary activities for the decommissioning of the Pirs docking compartment. Today we'll see the major bulk of that work completed with the disconnection of antenna cables and other telemetry hardware associated with Pirs that will be discarded via the ISS Progress 77 cargo ship later this year.
And right here then. Okay, I see.
Олег, наметил на...
Oleg,
чтобы не крутиться там потом.
have you pointed it in the right direction? What? Well,
ты хочешь с другой стороны пойти?
I'm trying to move from the other side.
Ну, вообще, да. А что, лучше оттуда?
Yeah, that was my plan. To the operator's position. Is that a better? Is there a better route? No, you can use either. Just be careful there. Okay.
Так, что, Петр, взять у тебя?
Do you want me to take over? Wouldn't hurt.
Так, ты можешь еще вытянуть немножко?
Could you extend it a little bit more?
Так.
Okay, there you go.
Сейчас, все, взял.
Got it.
Пускаешь?
Okay.
Здесь надо как-то перестыковаться.
I need to disconnect and reconnect here. Well, if you could hold it for a second, then I can connect here and then take over. Well, I can move my hook here. Got it? Unintelligible.
Так, контейнер пока здесь.
The container is still here, right?
Попробуй развернуться.
Let me turn around
Взять, подержать его.
and I'll hold it. I have remated it, and I'm taking over the container. Got it. I'm releasing it. What's the best way around here? On the side. Check behind your back.
Я хочу ноги вот так перенести сюда.
And I need to move my feet here.
Что мне сзади не видно?
Do you see anything behind my back? Doesn't look like there is anything.
Только сейчас я ранцем за что-то.
I just seemed like I touched something with my backpack. Nope, nothing's there. Okay.
Так, взял контейнер.
Right, I've got the container.
Что я, по-моему, застрял.
Seems like I got stuck. You may be grabbing the boom with your backpack. Basically, touching it.
Я потерялся, куда хотел идти.
I am a little bit lost. Where do I want to move?
Вот он.
There we go.
Пост оператора. Так, нам надо к нему подойти сейчас.
And I need to get to it.
Володя, мы контейнер
Volodya,
закрепить.
do you want us to attach the container next to the operator's Position? Yes. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston as we approach the 2.5-hour mark into this morning's spacewalk by Oleg Novitski and Piotr Dubrov. Everything continues to go smoothly, somewhat ahead of schedule actually, as the two cosmonauts have replaced a fluid flow regulator panel, a unit that provides the correct flow of propellant and other fluids through the Zarya module of the International Space Station. The old unit, originally installed in 2013, is now in an airtight container that is being temporarily stowed at the Poisk module airlock hatch. It will be jettisoned later in this morning's spacewalk. Once this activity is complete, the two cosmonauts will take a few minutes to catch their breath before they press ahead to move along to the Pirs docking compartment, which is the major objective of today's spacewalk, the final decommissioning of that venerable module that was first launched to the station in September 2001. The first task for today for Novitski and Dubrov in regard to Pirs will be the removal, the disconnection of the Estrela telescoping boom, a long 50-foot-long boom, Estrela being the Russian word for arrow, that is mated to the side of the Pirs docking compartment on one end and to the Poisk module on the other end. It will be detached from the Pirs docking compartment and retracted and stowed on the side of the Poisk module for later use. Other work associated with the Pirs docking compartment later this morning will be the disconnection of antenna feeder cables and other telemetry and rendezvous hardware that will set the stage for Pirs to be undocked and disposed of via the ISS Progress 77 cargo ship, to which it is attached at the moment on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the station. That detachment and disposal is scheduled to occur 2 days after the launch of the new Naúka multipurpose laboratory module atop a Proton rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan no earlier than July 15th.
Basically right before the boom, right? Well, if the container is going to be here, it's not going to be easy to get around it. But we need Oleg to pull it towards himself, and then you would be able to move to the operator's position. Well, I need to get to the boom. Well, yeah, it's there. Oleg, secure your safety tether hook, and then move over to the operator's position using the boom. Copy. All right, I am connected to 6020, and I am moving towards the operator's position. Yes, and move along, use the boom to move. And Piotr, please stand by one. I'm standing by. Can I connect to the gap spanner with my hook? Or is it not advisable? Well, if there is nothing under your hand, then you can definitely do so. Copy.
It's
kind of chilly in the shade. And I feel great. Well, I even increased the heating, but it's still kind of chilly. Okay, I'm at the operator's position.
Хорошо.
That's great.
Смотри в основании поста оператора.
And look at the
Справа пояс поручней.
bottom of the operator's position. Are there any handrails? Yes, talking over each other. Should I move towards the boom? Because it's kind of chilly here. Chilly?
Значит, Петр, смотри.
Piotr,
Ты можешь контейнер вывести,
can you move the container
пройти по поручням к стреле?
so that you can follow along the boom and get there? Yes, but then I will have to let the gap scanner go. You can connect to 5034.
Вариант, если бы ты смог принять,
Well, Oleg, the best option is to accept
зафиксировать вот основание, скажем.
the hook of the safety tether from Piotr and then connect it to... All right, you mean secure the container? Yes.
Контейнер.
So the container needs to be connected to the boom. No, to the base. To the base. Do you mean the operator's post? No, the nearest, the handrail to the MRM. It's 5034. That's the closest. And it should be under your hand, right hand. Yes, it is. I'm trying to move there and accept the container.
Хорошо.
Sounds good. Okay, so what handrail should I use here?
2 hours, 35 minutes into this morning's spacewalk. Oleg Novitski and Piotr Dubrov are at the Poisk module airlock hatch,
Well, Oleg,
preparing to stow the airtight container that you see on the left side of your screen that houses the old fluid flow regulator that was removed from the Zarya module, replaced with a brand new unit that has now been checked out and is said to be in good working order by the Russian flight control team in Korolyov.
just a second. Okay, you can let it go. I see you. And you need the second hook. Yes. And I will try and guide it there. And how do I get to you with the hook? Well, you can connect to the same handrail and then take the container and I will reconnect to the safety tether. I understand where you're going, and I am attached to the handrail closer to me. I cannot hold on to the container and hand over the tether to you. Well, I'm trying to unhook the second tether. First, let's do that. Yes, you're correct. Okay, I'm getting closer to the handrail where the container is. I'm holding the container. Yes, I am. And I am taking the tether hook now. I'm getting warmer now. That's good. Handrail 6034. I'm secured to it with my hook. And could you please tighten the tether so that there is no slack? Yes. I'm trying to remove the slack. Maybe I can first
Take it under the handrail. Yes, you may do that. It will be better. Get the tether under the handrail, correct? Okay, I tightened the tether a little bit. I removed the slack. Good. Piotr, is everything nominal on your side? I think I need to remove the slack on my tether too. It's a bit loose. Please try. So I need to go to the Strela now, to the operator's post? Yes, copy. The tether is all twisted here. So I cannot really remove the slack. Okay, leave it as is then. Okay, so I pulled it towards me. Okay, and now proceed towards the Strela. Boom. On the boom, there are handrails, and then you can just go along the lanyard. The long tether is secured to the handrail. Copy. So I'm trying to reach the lanyard.
Two hours, 44 minutes into this morning's spacewalk, Oleg, Novitski, and Piotr Dubrov will soon be working to disconnect a variety of mechanical connections between the Pirs docking compartment and the International Space Station to enable the Strela telescoping boom that has been used in the past to transport spacewalking cosmonauts to and from various work sites on the Russian segment of the station. It will be moved away from the Pirs docking compartment for the final time and be stowed alongside the Poisk module, and a spacewalking ladder that has been used alongside the Pirs docking compartment will also be removed and stowed at the Poisk airlock.
Tonight.
You may start.
Так, нет, тут антенна все-таки мешает.
No, antenna is still in the way.
Обзор плохой здесь.
The gap is not that big here.
The International Space Station is flying 258 statute miles over the South Atlantic, about to track from southwest and northeast on this orbit of the Earth that will carry it across the west coast of Africa. Antenna is really in the way here.
Piotr, антенна сильно мешается.
Piotr, antenna is really in the way. Yes. The lanyard and the antenna are located in such a way.
You can see the Strela boom on the right side of your screen. This is about a 55-foot long boom. At the top is Oleg Novitski, Piotr Dubrov at the bottom, as they will work in tandem to disconnect the bottom of that boom from the Pirs docking compartment and retract the boom so that it can be stowed on the side of the Poisk module.
Так, теперь антенна с этой стороны.
Now antenna is on this side.
Точнее, мишень.
Relative to the target.
Перешел на другую сторону стрелы, чтобы...
I translated to the other side of the strela boom, so I avoid the target. Copy.
Да, по леерам, конечно, не просто идти. Все болтается.
It's not easy to follow the lanyard.
Контролировать перемещение.
It is wobbly. Not easy to control your translation.
Так, подхожу к такелажному узлу.
Хорошо, можешь на кольцо перестыковывать карабины своих.
Okay, you can rehook your tether hooks to the ring.
Approaching the 3-hour mark into today's spacewalk, a spectacular view of the Earth below as the International Space Station flies 260 miles over the South Atlantic. Oleg Novitski at the top of your screen, at the top of the Strela telescoping boom. At the bottom of that boom, disconnecting a number of mechanical connectors, is Piotr Dubrov. The Strela boom then will be retracted by Novitski. He is at the so-called operator's post, and he will literally retract the boom toward him to be stowed on the side of Poisk. Dubrov will ride the boom up to where Novitski is.
Copy.
С кольцом к такелажному узлу осталось рядом, да?
And so stay close to the ring and to the grapple fixture.
Подошел к такелажному узлу.
I am at the grapple fixture. Copy.
Раз фиксируешь карабин, фала подтяга.
Release the adjustable tether hook from the handrail and tell the commander that you are ready for the further translation.
Зафиксировал карабин.
The tether hook is released. I'm ready for translation.
Хорошо. Олег,
Copy.
твоя часть работы, да.
So things are looking up.
Так, сначала мы, значит, поднимаем немножко вверх.
Okay, raise up a little bit here. Yes, about by 45 degrees on the handle.
Я, наверное, из якоря выйду все-таки.
I think I'm going to egress the foot restraint and just not convenient. Okay.
Так.
Петр, это тебе награда за все мучения.
Piotr,
Многие могут похвастаться, что катались на стреле.
not everybody can say that they got to ride the boom, the Strela boom. So this is your reward for today, Piotr. Yes, and the views are so magnificent, so spectacular from the Strela.
Хорошо. Так, наверное, достаточно. Вам видно в камеру?
Okay, so you can observe
Как ты работаешь, твои руки,
from the camera.
а вот сбоку стрелу.
We can see your hands, so we can see you working. Now we can see the boom. We can see along the boom.
Поднимай, пожалуйста. Пусть повыше будет.
Okay, higher, please. Raise it higher.
The view from Piotr Dubrov's high-definition helmet camera looking straight up that Strela boom at Oleg Novitski.
He's been working really hard.
This boom is about 46 feet long.
I think it's enough here. What is your impression? I would have stopped some time ago. Can you observe on the video camera? Yes, we can see the video image now. Now you may collapse the boom. Copy. Piotr, monitor the lanyards, please. They should not be tangled in loops. Well, there is some looping now, but when we get off the boom, we are going to untangle the lanyards. Is the boom collapsing? Yes, it is, slowly.
Three hours, 2 minutes into the spacewalk, the Strela boom slowly being retracted up toward Oleg Novitski, where it will be stowed on the side of the Poisk module.
The photography we get from this EVA will be unimaginable. It will be epic. I'm going by the PHO area. Copy. I feel like I'm a worker on a ship manning the oars. Is it difficult to rotate? No, it's taking a long time to collapse the Strela boom?
Ну, хотя идет тяжелее уже, да, чувствуется.
Оно почти сложено на самом деле. Кольцо свободно, Петр?
We're almost done with the boom collapsing. Piotr, please check if nothing is snagged or tangled. I'm checking now.
Да, кольцо свободно движется.
The ring can move freely.
Принято.
Copy.
Если усилие увеличивается, еще раз попробуй, то все, стоп, работа, и складываешь ручку. Будем опускать.
If the effort to be applied is more than before, then you may stop rotating the handle. Well, I think there's a little bit more to go on the Strela. A little bit more to collapse. Okay, copy.
After disconnecting a number of mechanical connections for the Strela boom that had been housed at one end to the Pirs docking compartment, the boom in the final stages of being retracted for final stowage alongside the Poisk module.
The correct side when you approach the handrail. It should be from the side of the EV hatch. I think I should be on the side of the transfer handrail.
Так, может мне немножко повернуть в сторону поручня перехода, в сторону люка?
Maybe I should rotate to the close to the transfer handrail. Yes, let's try it. Maybe as long as we approach on the other side, it will be still okay. As long as it's close to the hatch. Copy.
We're in a handover between satellites on the tracking and data relay satellite system. We should be in a position to regain our communications and downlink video from the station momentarily. 3 hours, 8 minutes into the spacewalk, Novitski and Dubrov have replaced a fluid flow regulator unit in the Zarya module of the International Space Station. It has been checked out and is functioning perfectly according to Russian flight controllers. Now the crew is in the process of wrapping up the final decommissioning of the Pirs docking compartment, first with the removal of the Strela telescoping boom that had been attached at its base to the Pirs docking compartment and airlock. It has been retracted and is now in the process of being stowed, as you can see, alongside the Poisk module on the space-facing side of the Russian segment. Oleg Novitski at the top of your screen, Piotr Dubrov at the bottom of your screen.
Ты оцени, с какого момента ты можешь перейти карабинами на поручни МИМ-2.
tell me at which point you can rehook your tethers
Хорошо.
to MRM2 right now.
Переходи на поручни МИМ-2.
Go ahead and transfer to MRM2 handrails.
Зафиксировал такелажный узел за поручень 6209.
The
Плавом с подтягом, да?
grapple fixture is secured to handrail 6009 using adjustable tether, correct?
Переходишь на
That's right.
поручни МИМ-2.
Now transfer over to MRM2 handrails.
Я сейчас нахожусь прямо возле поручня перехода.
Right now I'm right at the transfer handrail. Then you can use it, Piotr.
Олег, ты можешь ручкой тангажа
Oleg,
чуть-чуть приподнять стрелу. Она станет...
using the pitch handle, you can pitch up the Strela boom just a tiny bit. This is better. Just to lift up the end point.
Усилие чуть увеличивается, все, стоп. Сейчас Петр отойдет.
It's starting to extend a little, so don't do that yet. Yeah, I'm waiting for Piotr to move out of the way. Okay, I'm finally hooked to the transfer tether. Copy. How are you feeling? I'm feeling great. I started to feel some resistance, so this is Oleg. So I stowed the handle in the stowage position. Do you want to rest a couple of minutes or go straight?
Да, я бы тоже, наверное, чуть-чуть подышал. А то все одной рукой крутил, вертел.
Go straight to the next task.
Хорошо.
You know, I would take a breather for a couple of minutes or so because it was kind of tough on one arm that I had to pull and tug and twist and so on. Okay, then I'll I'd like to take a breather also.
Рядом с поручным переходом, по-моему, до сих пор висит.
Piotr, I think your next task will be number 27, and I think there's still tether attached to it. So when you start to get into position, you can remove it. It doesn't need to be there anymore. Okay, copy.
Ты откроешь клапан FP9 и как мы
So you will open
состыкованные разъемы.
Flap F9, and you will need to find the necessary connectors. then you will demate the course cable. In the meantime, Oleg will be traveling to DC-1 to the course restraint plates. I propose, Oleg, that you start demating with the high frequency connectors.
В сторону СМ, в сторону ПХО и конуса, освобождать от кабельных держателей.
And start to free them up from the clips, the cable clamps, following from there, so that he is moving towards you and can start mating those connectors. Okay. And then we'll go back to DC-1, demate the low frequency connectors. Okay. Vladimir, how would you like me to translate to DC now? Using MRM2. Handrails, switch over to DC-1. Would it be possible to translate using Strela? No. Can you reach with your hooks to the hatch? So you want me to rotate around, basically towards Piotr? Yeah, around the hatch. And this is EV1. I understand I will be working on DC-1, plane 2. Yeah, plane 2-ish. Okay, copy. So you will be using transfer handrails to go towards DC, but it's just the other way around. You'll be going up instead of moving down.
Through the interpreter, you hear Russian flight controllers guiding Novitski and Dubrov along the way here toward their next task. The Strela telescoping boom has been detached from the Pirs docking compartment, retracted, and now stowed along the Poisk module airlock. The next task for the two spacewalkers will be to make their way back down to Pirs to disconnect an antenna feeder cable associated with the Corps' automated rendezvous system that connected telemetry from the Zvezda service module to the Pirs docking compartment for visiting vehicle traffic to Pirs over the course of the past 20 years. That Corps' antenna feeder cable will be disconnected from Pirs and reconnected to an antenna feeder connector position on the so-called transfer tunnel along the nadir or Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the station. A connectivity test will be conducted then inside the International Space Station by Mark Vande Hei with the Soyuz MS-18 spacecraft that is currently docked to the Rosviet module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment. The key here is to ensure that all of the Core's automated telemetry systems are now disconnected from the Pirs docking compartment and will be ready to be reconnected to the Naúka multipurpose laboratory module once it arrives at the station this summer.
You can see what else you can do. Yeah, getting to the plate, I just don't see any handrails around it. Yeah, there is one, but it's gonna take you a long way to translate to. Okay, this is Oleg. I am next to the transfer handrail.
The International Space Station is flying over the border between Afghanistan and Turkmenistan, about 260 miles above the Earth, as we are at the 3-hour, 21-minute mark into today's spacewalk. You're seeing the view from Piotr Dubrov's helmet camera as he and Oleg Novitski make their way back down to the Pirs docking compartment to begin the disconnection of a number of mechanical connection points for the Core's automated antenna feeder system that has provided rendezvous telemetry for approaching Russian vehicles to the International Space Station when they have arrived for dockings at the Pirs docking compartment.
So this orange strap cannot be used.
Помечен, что рядом мишени и карабин
to hook to it while translating.
как обычные поручни.
Yeah, it wasn't rated for the loading that the handrails were rated for. So it, unfortunately, they're not designed for them to hold the weight of
the removal of the Strela telescoping boom from the Pirs docking compartment and the upcoming disconnection of Core's automated rendezvous system hardware from Pirs will essentially end the Pirs' operational lifetime. There is some additional work to prepare for its undocking and disposal that will take place inside the Russian segment of the station, but that work will follow all of this external work being conducted this morning by Novitski and Dubrov.
or pull the tether through the transfer handrail.
This is the 238th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, and the first of 3 spacewalks to be conducted by the Expedition 65 crew members over the next 2.5 weeks. June 16th and June 20th, Father's Day, we'll see European Space Agency flight engineer Thomas Pesquet and NASA flight engineer Shane Kimbrough emerge from the Quest airlock of the International Space Station for a pair of spacewalks to install the first two IROSA solar arrays. IROSA is the acronym for ISS Roll-Up Solar Arrays. They are being launched this Thursday from the Kennedy Space Center in the trunk of the Cargo Dragon on the SpaceX CRS-22 resupply mission to the International Space Station. Launch scheduled at 1:29 p.m. Eastern Time on Thursday. The weather forecast appears to be favorable. Docking to take place in the wee hours of Saturday, June 5th, to the space-facing port on the Harmony module of the International Space Station. On June 11th, the station's robotic arm, Canadarm2, will reach around and extract that pair of solar arrays from the trunk of the Cargo Dragon and temporarily stow them on the truss of the complex in advance of that first spacewalk by Pesquet and Kimbrough to install the arrays. They'll both be installed on the P6 truss of the International Space Station, not to replace the solar arrays, but rather to augment the power supply for 2 of the 8 power channels on the outpost. There will be 2 more sets of solar arrays, 2 more pairs of these roll-up solar arrays to be launched on future SpaceX missions and installed on subsequent spacewalks in 2022.
Oleg, you are translating along the path right now where the cable are captured in the cable holders. Would that need to be opened? I'm sorry, Moscow. Come again?
Короткое пропадание связи было. Ты переспрашивал, что я тебе предложил. Проходя мимо кабельного держателя, высвободить из него белый кабель.
Yeah, I was just saying that you are moving along the path where incidentally the same cables are located that are in holders, which will need to be undone, so that Piotr can make the connectors. Are these the cables? Yeah, they are. They start on top of the structure of the pressure hull, and then they get under the MLI. So as you are moving along, you can open those holders. And I'm trying to take a different translation path. This is Piotr, but I'm afraid to damage the target and the reflector that are located there. The one towards the FGB? No, the one that is pointed at DC1. I'm trying not to get too close to it. I can recommend that you use the transfer and gap spanners and try to remove enough slack for the tether to be tight enough for you to be able to translate. No, what I'm telling you is where I am right now. There are a lot of objects and structural components that
Не пытайся протиснуться, если где-то тесно. Если хочешь, действительно перейди.
that make it problematic for me to even be here.
Попробуй оттуда.
Okay, how about you try to go a different translation path that doesn't have a lot of things to make it hard for you to translate. Well, if you look everywhere around, there are elements everywhere. So any which way I'm going to try to go, I'm going to have to try to avoid something or other.
Three and a half hours now into the spacewalk by Novitski and Dubrov. They continue to work through the timeline, preparing to disconnect antenna cables associated with the Core's automated rendezvous system from the Pirs docking compartment, and to connect those cables to rendezvous hardware at a transfer tunnel on the Russian segment of the International Space Station. This in preparation for the arrival of the Naúka multi-purpose laboratory module later this summer.
The second cable holder. Copy, Oleg. And that holder holds a couple or a bunch of other cables under it, right? Yes, that's right.
The International Space Station is about to move in a track from northwest to southeast across far eastern Russia, and then across the Pacific Ocean just north of Japan on this orbit of the Earth. Everything proceeding very much on schedule for this spacewalk, the first ever for Novitski and Dubrov, the sixth out of the International Space Station this year.
Так, я вижу 3 свободно лежащих разъема.
All right, this is Piotr. I see 3 separate cables, except they're all tangled up and twisted. Are they all capped? They're all capped. It's just that if we're going to remove those caps, then we're going to need to secure them with something so they won't fly away. And they're pretty loose, not too tight. Is there labeling on them? Yes. I can't reach one of them. Those should be connectors 6, 7, and 5.
Теперь состыкованные курсовские разъемы, которые на плате лежат.
До них я вообще могу только одной рукой дотянуться.
What about the connectors on the plate? Those I can barely even reach with my one arm.
Что-то все время мешает.
Something is always in the way.
Габариты скафандра не позволяют вот с этой стороны.
The dimensions of my suit are not allowing me to do much on this side of the suit.
Я все-таки думаю попытаться зайти с другой стороны.
Maybe if I try to get to the same spot from the other side.
Ну, посмотри, пока Олег освобождает высокочастотный кабель.
Well, you can try to do so while Oleg is working on freeing up the high-frequency cable from the cable holders.
Ребята, мы получили информацию проверок СПРЖ.
We did run the test, and everything is operational, everything is nominal. So, just wanted to let you know that RTVE is working fine. And good job, guys. Actually, thank you, Moscow. The effort was yours.
Those words from Russian flight controllers to Novitski and Dubrov reconfirming that the new fluid flow regulator panel installed earlier in this morning's spacewalk at the Zarya module of the International Space Station is up and running, accepting commands, and fluids are flowing through the Zarya module in good shape.
Так, вышел с платья, курс ПВЧ.
Okay.
Это Олег. Обхватишь проволочный фиксатор, и мы расстыкуешь разъемчики.
Принял.
Copy.
Так, а здесь вы как порекомендуете?
And what do you recommend here? There is a cable. Should I disconnect the cables, or should I first take it out of the clamp?
Олег, рекомендация сначала расстыковать.
Oleg, the recommendation was to disconnect it first. Copy. and tried to move a little bit closer to the connector from the other side. Still, just as challenging. There are certain items on MRM2 that are pretty much in the way.
Novitski and Dubrov are at the Piers docking compartment, preparing to disconnect the antenna feeder cables from the Piers associated with the Corps' automated rendezvous system. These cables were part of a system that essentially beams radio signals back and forth between the Zvezda service module and the approaching Russian vehicles that have docked to the Piers docking compartment over the course of years.
Connectors?
The Corps' system, there's an active system on the approaching vehicles and a passive system that accepts the radio signals from the vehicles themselves that is housed on the Zvezda. It is all interconnected with each module on the Russian segment of the International Space Station to provide distance between the approaching vehicle and its docking target and the rate of closure to feed the visiting vehicle's onboard computers.
With a wire tie. Copy. And what about the order of connecting high-frequency cables? Does it matter, or do we do it as we think works best? Proceed as you think is best. Copy.
One by one, Novitski and Dubrov are disconnecting antenna cables for the Corps' automated rendezvous system that has linked the Pirs docking compartment to the Zvezda service module over the course of the past 20 years.
To secure the covers.
While Oleg Novitski and Piotr Dubrov continue disconnecting cables for the Corps' automated rendezvous system from the Pirs docking compartment as it is being decommissioned for its undocking and disposal later this summer. We're approaching the 4-hour mark in today's spacewalk. Hashtag Ask NASA is your port of call if you have questions you would like answered during the course of our coverage this morning. Angel asks, as spacewalks take all day to perform and they don't appear to stop for a meal break, do they eat and drink on the go? Both for Russian spacewalks, which is what we're involved in today, and U.S. spacewalks out of the Quest airlock, the Russian cosmonauts today, for example, in their Orlan spacesuits, have food bars and drink bags that they can take sips of water from to stay hydrated during the course of their work in the void of space.
Sounds good.
Carla asks, when the sun rises, is it difficult for the astronauts to adjust to the bright light? Do they have any eye protection? This is from her 6-year-old son. The helmets on the Russian Orlan spacesuits, as they are for the U.S. extravehicular mobility units, or EMUs, as they are known, there are visors, sun visors, that the crew can put down and flip up during nighttime and daytime. And of course, during daytime passes, when the International Space Station is orbiting in daylight, the sun can be quite bright, and it's at that period of time that the visors can be flipped down to protect their eyes, very much like a pair of space-based sunglasses.
Do it somehow. It's a little bit in the way here, of course. All right, I have dematted all connectors and stowed them back.
Замечательно.
Copy, Oleg. This is great.
Можешь тогда кабель с отстыкованными
Then
разворачивать.
you can connect the cable to hydraulic connector.
Видишь, да?
And as you see, we don't want you to have to hold one cable. Right, so you want me to go back to Piotr, following the same route, right?
Петра.
Yes.
К этому держателю лучше с этого места, наверное, дотянуться.
It may actually be easier for you to reach from that location.
Освобожу кабель.
Yes, I will free up the cable and see how to get to Piotr best.
Ну, наверное, обратно, как приходил
Maybe backtrack as you got to DC-1.
за проволоку бухту.
You would grab the reel.
Да, хорошо, понял.
Okay?
Сейчас ред отсоедини, наверное.
And please disconnect the red right now so that you could reach.
Из кабельного держателя.
Сейчас большой корабельный
What do you want me to do? Disconnect
есть кабельный держатель, а потом вернемся.
the red and start with the cable attachment, and then you can proceed with the other key connectors.
Петр, как у тебя сейчас?
Piotr, how goes it?
Неважно. Забраться сюда просто невозможно.
Not so well. It's a mission impossible to get in there.
Еще была бы возможность.
If I could
Пружине он отскибает.
move a little bit
Не шлем.
up there, then maybe, but
Куда-то он
I can't really move it or fold it away, neither with my sleeve nor with my helmet, and I cannot get to the work area.
Отдохни.
All right, take a break.
на пружине был хотя бы.
Maybe if it had a spring, I would have been able to push it to the side.
С высокочастотным кабелем с разъемами.
All right, well, Oleg is working on the high-frequency cable,
С разъемами этими должны справиться.
and you can proceed with the connectors. Maybe at least one handrail?
Олег, ты оцениваешь, как тебе перейти лучше?
Oleg, what's your assessment of the situation? We can actually move over to the boom and then throw the cable over. And the handrails are pretty small. S31 would be the cable. Okay, sounds good. All right, I got the extra length of the RTVE 971 connector. We copy. And I am starting with disconnecting. Disconnection of the connectors and cables. Copy. Copy. Piotr. Go ahead.
У тебя опять очень низкая температура на входе в клуб. Ты опять там замерзнешь. У тебя 11 градусов.
The temperature
Может быть, даже в ноль поставь на какой-то.
for your suit is pretty low yet again. Just to warm it up, set it at 0.
Да, а то еще день к тому же.
Will do, because it's not even night yet.
Да, но мне сейчас пока совсем не холодно.
Yeah, it's not cold. I don't feel that it's cold at all.
Олег, в этом месте
Oleg,
взгляд бухту положить поверх вот этих кабелей.
maybe you can put the coil
Попробовать под ними.
above these cables or try under these.
Конечно,
А его же вроде
под них
под какую-то плату,
прокинуть.
по-моему, под вот это укладывать.
They should have been under here, correct?
Не.
Они вообще даже
Белый.
туда, в сторону Петра.
They should be towards Piotr, correct?
Петра идут, а потом еще там расходятся направо.
Yes,
Большой диаметр.
towards Piotr, then to the right, towards the large diameter.
Сможешь в ту бухту с 4 разъемами
Maybe that cable coil with 4 connectors
вот где
that you are toting, maybe you can put it under these cables that you're holding. Under cables or
кабелями.
under handrail? Both.
А я немножко не пойму. Ее
It's not clear. So do I put it in the cable holders or under the handrail? Which is it?
не приняли.
We did not read you, which is typical.
Как ты там?
Okay, are you trying? I'm trying to demate the first connector. It did twist. It does not want to be demated. Is it twisting loosely? Yes, it is, but it doesn't want to be released.
Отдохни чуть-чуть.
Суд Москвы.
Moscow.
Слушаем, Олег.
Yes, Oleg.
Я не понял, что вы хотели, как проложить кабели, вы просите.
Please clarify how you want me to route the cables between the handrails close to the structure.
Между поручнями, ближе к корпусу.
Yes, between.
Ага, теперь понял, хорошо.
So beneath the handrails, closer to the structure of the station. Okay, now it's clear, and I will try to comply. Moscow station for Oleg. Go ahead, Oleg. May I use my safety tethers to secure to the handrail?
Просто чтобы карабины там не под мишень сильно не подклинили.
I will just try to keep the hooks out of the way. And the orange tether. Copy.
Я сделал держатель, чтобы не улетать из рабочей зоны.
I now secured the cable holder for myself, so I don't have to leave the work site.
Piotr. Ты отдохни, пожалуйста.
Okay, please rest.
А пока расскажи, к другим разъемам такой доступ у тебя возможен?
And tell us which connectors are easy for you to access.
This is Mission Control, Houston, 4 hours, 17 minutes into this morning's spacewalk. Cosmonauts Oleg Novitski and Piotr Dubrov making their way through the timeline as they continue disconnecting antenna cables from the Pirs docking compartment and reconnecting those cables to hardware on the Zvezda service module associated with the Corps' automated rendezvous system. This all part of the decommissioning of the Pirs, which was launched in September of 2001 as a Russian vehicle docking port and airlock for Russian-based spacewalks. Pirs will be undocked via the ISS Progress 77 cargo ship that is currently attached to Pirs on the Earth-facing port of the Russian segment of the station, and Progress's engines then will be used to deorbit Pirs, sending both Progress and Pirs into the Earth's atmosphere where they will burn up harmlessly over the Pacific Ocean. That will all occur just a few days after the launch of the brand new Naúka multipurpose laboratory module, the MLM, that has been under construction and is now in final integrated testing at the Baikonur Cosmodrome In Kazakhstan, it will launch on a Proton rocket from Baikonur no earlier than mid-July on an 8-day trip. It will take that long to phase to the International Space Station, where Russian flight controllers will have a long opportunity to check out its systems and declare it healthy before Naúka makes an automated docking to the same Earth-facing port to which the Pirs docking compartment is currently attached.
And I can see the rubber seal. It is looking nominal, and no debris, no foreign debris. Okay, these are mated, these connectors. Copy.
О, есть.
I have it. 971 connector is now mated. We copy. What a relief. Now connector HFP97. And this is 9.5 connector. HFP97 complete. And another HFP97, the two of the same kind. Copy. HFP97 is also mated. The tab is closed. Copy. Now HFP9-7 is left.
Так, а вот здесь свободная маркировка HFP96.1.
HFP96. I can see the labeling.
Так.
And also I can see one of those that are 9.5. Okay, no, now 6-1 is done.
Так. Вот он, HFP9.5.
The two cosmonauts who began the spacewalk at 12:53 a.m. Central Time, 1:53 a.m. Eastern Time, are in the process of mating cables to connectors along the transfer compartment of the Zvezda service module. Again, these are antenna cables that were disconnected from the Pirs docking compartment as it is being decommissioned for its forthcoming disposal later this summer. These cables associated with the Corps' automated rendezvous system and the future arrival of the Naúka multipurpose laboratory module to be launched on a 3-stage Proton rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome. The International Space Station, moving from southwest to northeast, Over the South Atlantic, about to cross into an orbital sunrise.
Estimated. Copy. Nine five, looking for 9-5.
Есть FP95 тоже состыкован.
FP9-5 is also mated. And in the Lirka clips. Copy.
Теперь самое хитрое.
Now comes the tricky part.
Сколковый отражатель не дает рукой надавить.
This angle reflector is in my way. I cannot apply enough pressure on the connector so it enters the Lirka clip.
Oleg, ты рядом?
Oleg, are you here? Are you close? Yes.
Еще одна попытка.
Okay, I'll give it one more try.
Если надо что-то помочь.
You need assistance, Piotr? Well, not really.
Если только ты смог, может, как-то вот уголковый отражатель, который у меня за правым плечом, как-то, может, временно
Unless you could move the angle reflector somewhere that's on my right shoulder side.
Я не могу ее разложить и под нее залезть.
See, there is a spring here.
Придержать, то есть там без защелок, без ничего, просто ее нажимаешь.
If I could just press on it, then it would help. I'm not sure I can do anything about the reflector.
Нет, там центральная часть, уголок, он, видишь, подпружиненный.
I see the central part, it's on a spring. Be careful with the reflector because your suit is pretty close to it.
Вот, я стараюсь так.
Well, there are no sharp edges there.
Как-то убрать. А я сюда так туловище не залезу. Не получится, да? Нет.
I don't think I can enter there with my whole hut.
Я тоже сейчас не знаю, как я буду вылазить.
And I'm not sure how I'm going to exit here.
Победа. Один разъем уложил. Его сложился.
Victory.
О.
I collapsed the spring for you on the reflector, and now immediately I have some room. So now I can move myself more freely. When I'm almost done, now you collapse that reflector spring. Where were you before? Okay, the mated connectors are now placed in the Lirka clips. Copy. Now the high frequency connectors, guys. This is your last task for here. That should be easier. Yes, the time is coming for course testing pretty soon. You should be done soon. So what is our next activity? Mate the high frequency connectors that are now on the plate. Okay, I see them. I open the flap. And Oleg, if you could move some items under my left hand. Okay, I can see the connectors now. They're labeled FP9-9, 9-10, 9-11, 9-12. Okay, now you're red. Maybe we can secure some items on it. And I will see if I can move things freely under here. Wait, I'm stuck here somewhere. All right, it's secured. Now let me pull the tether through. This is the maximum of length I can give you. Is that sufficient? Yes, and I even have some margin in here. Piotr, start from the edge and go towards the center with the connector mating. No, you must start from either edge as long as you start from one of the edges, not from the middle. Moscow, this is Oleg. Go ahead. The circular handrails around the service module. I used a wire tie to secure my tether on one of them. Yes, it shouldn't be in the way of Piotr's activity of mating the high-frequency connectors. So please secure your tether as well as you can. Copy.
конечно, нужный будет крайний, четвертый.
Of course, what I need is the one on the edge.
Так, нашел возьмем ФП.
Okay, I found it. The connector.
More than 4.5 hours into this morning's spacewalk, Oleg Novitski and Piotr Dubrov working in tandem to continue mating connectors for the core's automated rendezvous system antennas. Those cables were disconnected from the Piers docking compartment a short time ago and were rerouted to be mated to the what's known as the transfer compartment, the ball-shaped transfer compartment at the Zvezda service module. The core's automated rendezvous system basically is comprised of an active system for approaching vehicles and a passive system on the Zvezda that beam radio signals back and forth to provide the approaching visiting vehicles' computers with range information and rate of closure. The Piers docking compartment is being disconnected and basically placed in a decommissioned state in preparation for its undocking and disposal later this summer following the launch of the Naúka multipurpose laboratory module that will lift off no earlier than mid-July on a 3-stage Proton rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. Earlier in today's spacewalk, the two cosmonauts replaced an aging fluid flow regulator panel on the Zarya module and retracted the Strela telescoping boom, disconnecting it from the Piers docking compartment and stowing it on the Poisk module, which now serves as the primary docking port and airlock for Russian-based spacewalks, until the time that the multipurpose laboratory module is fully operational following its arrival at the International Space Station. There will be a number of Russian spacewalks to hook up electrical and telemetry cables and other systems to the MLM, as it is known, or the Naúka, the Russian word for science, once it arrives for an automated docking to the Earth-facing port of the Russian segment of the station.
Какие трудности?
Okay, I have the connectors on the edge. They're snug to the MLI and to the wires, and it's not easy to align them properly along their axis. Okay, so FP99 connector. The connector FP991 is mated, copy. And I have number 10 also. And Oleg is saying, I'm going to secure a cable and get closer to Piotr.
Следующий состыкован.
I have the next connector mated
Состыковал.
completely.
Так, следующий разъем 11.
Next is HF9-11 connector.
Что за помочь? Стал 2 разъема состыковать.
Okay, how can I help? And connector mating.
Только меня немножко придержать. Сейчас.
Hold me so I don't fly away.
Прижать к разъему, да? Да, вот чуть-чуть в сторону ног меня немножко сдвинуть.
Move me down a little bit in the direction of my feet.
О, так, отлично.
This is good.
Так, есть еще один состыкован.
One more connector is mated and secured.
Я тут носит всего. Может, ты ногами тебе попробуй подержать.
Maybe I should hold your feet
О, вот так, нормально?
like this.
Отлично. Ага, и мне так удобно.
Very good. And it's convenient for me also.
Меня вешают по силу. Почти попал.
I'm almost there.
I almost made it in.
Все, все 4 высокочастотные.
Okay, all 4 high-frequency connectors are mated.
Принято.
Copy.
ХПП 9-12, верно?
The last one was XFP12, correct?
Замечательно.
That's true.
Сейчас отдохните, ребята.
Okay, rest a couple of minutes.
4 hours, 44 minutes into the spacewalk, Novitski and Dubrov reporting that all of the high-frequency cables for the Corps' automated rendezvous system that were disconnected from the Pirs docking compartment have now been connected to new connector panels on the transfer compartment of the Zvezda service module. This is a temporary installation. The path of this Corps' automated telemetry will be checked out with the Soyuz MS-18 spacecraft that Novitski, Dubrov, and NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei launched on back in April.
Maybe I should travel back, this is Oleg, to demate the low frequency connectors. I guess we're not being heard. Yes. And plate 9 can be covered with MLI flap unless you want to wait until later. I'm sorry, we didn't hear you for a while. Oleg, I am telling you that we'd like you to stay where you are and not go back to SM because we're preparing to send the commands to high-frequency cables between 10:51 and 10:53. Guys, just stay put, okay? Standing by for their words.
Вот это у нас до тени.
Guys, we have good 20 minutes until eclipse. The course test will take place in 10 minutes. So we're all good, we're all set. And then once we're done with this task, we'll pick up with the rest of the timeline. Okay, that's clear now.
Я за спиной пока. Ага. А я думаю, что мне мешает пойти? Не надо. Вроде там космос, ничего не должно быть.
Yeah, I'm translating just freely. There's really nothing but space in our way. This is a much easier translation path than where I was stuck before.
So with all of the Core's automated antenna cables having been disconnected from the Pirs docking compartment and hooked temporarily to other connectors on the Zvezda service module, the two cosmonauts are going to spend a few minutes taking a breather before pressing ahead to the remainder of their work, which will include the removal of a gap spanner from a spacewalk ladder that was used to connect the Pirs docking compartment with the Poisk module, the airlock from which they emerged almost 5 hours ago to begin this morning's spacewalk. The plan continues to call for the jettisoning of a container housing the old fluid flow regulator that was removed from the Zarya module early in the spacewalk today and replaced with a brand new unit, and the exchange of two sets of material science and microbiological payload canisters, one called the test payload and one called Venislavost, which is the Russian word for endurance, that will be housed on the outside of the Poisk module.
Can you go over the Strela boom using a hook on your tether and the ring on the Strela? I would think so. Then, Piotr, this is your shortest and fastest path.
Oleg,
and you can approach the container from the other side, right? Yes, we're getting there slowly but shortly.
Ну вот, я нахожусь в зоне досягаемости карабина.
Okay, this is Piotr reporting. I am in the area of approachability to the hook.
Олег, ты возьмешь карабин, чтобы подстраховать контейнер
Oleg.
Когда будешь готов, перестраховать.
Go ahead and rehook the tether that you have right now on the container. Once you let us know that the new hook has been installed and secured on your side of the container, then Piotr will do the same on his side. Piotr, do you have a hold of it? I'm sort of not letting it go, but not specifically have a good hold on it. I hear you, Moscow. That's why I'm asking Piotr if he has got a hold on it before I rehook.
Just a few minutes shy of the 5-hour mark in this morning's spacewalk. Novitski and Dubrov are in the process of releasing the temporarily stowed container housing the old, now discarded fluid flow regulator unit that was removed from the Zarya module early in the spacewalk today and replaced with a new unit. It's in that container right over Dubrov's head along the side of the Poisk module. It will be jettisoned aft of the Zvezda service module with no potential for recontacting the International Space Station.
So do I install the new one first and then remove it completely? Moscow for AV2.
Да, Петр, если слышишь нас, то...
Yes, Piotr, if you can hear us. You remove the hook from the safety tether completely from the container. And then once you get closer to the hatch, we'll take it back in.
Oleg, а ты уже поднимайся.
Oleg, it's time for you to climb up to the operator post. Keep pulling the airtight container towards yourself. I understand. I was just kind of helping Piotr while he was rehooking his tethers on the other side to hold on to the airtight container. I've got a hold on it. You've got a hold on it. Copy. I'm going to take it, and now I'm going to let it go. The handrail between you and me, it looks circular or loopy. Nope. That's not going to work. You can leave the adjustable tether hook on the ring. That's what I'm trying to do. And then for the short tether to be secured on the other side. Actually, this is Oleg. I wouldn't say this body position is too bad. Right, so as we agreed, you are going to get to the handrail, get a full control of the airtight container, select a pose for jettison in the right direction, and once you think you're ready, you tell Piotr, and he will unhook his tether from the other end that's holding it up right now on the station side. Yeah, I know the drill. I'm just trying to assess how good this position is, the stability-wise. I don't even think I need the foot restraint. It's pretty good.
We've crossed the 5-hour mark in this morning's spacewalk, standing by for the jettisoning of the airtight container that houses the discarded old fluid flow regulator unit that was removed and replaced in the Zarya module earlier in the spacewalk today.
Short tether is going to be long enough. There aren't enough handrail or handrail lengths. But I think I'm as ready as I will be. So go ahead and demate that hook on your end, Piotr. Okay, it's the hook is removed. And loop it onto something so you can hold me stable. Stand by. This is really not too convenient. Okay, if I jettison it in that direction, do you think it's going to go where we want it to go? At about 60 degrees. Yeah, I see that it's a good trajectory. Solar array clear. I'm trying to...
We're about to regain our communications through the tracking and data relay satellite system, including downlink TV, as we await the jettisoning of this container that houses the discarded fluid flow regulator unit removed from the Zarya module early in today's spacewalk.
We're not getting video yet, but we copy your report that it's been jettisoned.
And the cosmonauts report that they have jettisoned the container. You now can see it as it moves away from the International Space Station aft of the Zvezda service module. This trajectory designed to prevent any potential for recontacting the station.
So I didn't want to hit it. Copy. Oleg, can you tilt your head a little bit so we can see the view? And we just got the video back.
Молодцы. По-моему, вполне больше километров в секунду.
Good job. I think you made a separation rate just as we asked.
Here in Mission Control, the Trajectory Operations Officer reports a good jettisoning of the container that houses the discarded fluid flow regulator unit removed earlier this morning from the Zarya module. While this is going on, Russian flight controllers reporting that the testing of the repositioned and reconnected CORS automated rendezvous antenna cables is underway to ensure good connectivity. Those CORS cables removed from the soon-to-be decommissioned Piers docking compartment and reconnected to temporarily to connectors on the transfer compartment on the Zvezda service module.
The tethers that were holding the container next to the EV hatch. Copy. I have one on me, and we're going to put one on the handrail next to the EV hatch. Copy.
I am next to the EV hatch. Please make sure you have your hook closed. Yes, there was a small confusion. Piotr. For now, Go ahead, Moscow. This is Piotr.
Добавь себе немножко охлаждения.
Could you increase your cooling a little bit?
Ты ставишь.
You're currently at 0. Yes, I am at 0.
И скажи, принято.
And set it to 1.
Батареи какое?
And what do you see on your display for the battery? It's 5.5. And for now, I can connect the container's handrail to the handrail on MRM2. Yes, that sounds good. So, got it. All right, we have one hook closed. And the second one, let me grab it. Is it long enough? Seems so. Unintelligible. I see. And you have opened it, right? Yes. It's not quite convenient to open it up with your hand.
Five hours, 13 minutes into this morning's spacewalk. The International Space Station is flying from northwest to southeast, led by Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Aki Hoshide, who's the station commander, as the complex flies almost directly over Tokyo at an altitude of 260 miles. The two cosmonauts performing this morning's spacewalk, Oleg Novitski and Piotr Dubrov, just jettisoned a container housing the discarded fluid flow regulator unit that was removed from the Zarya module and replaced with a new unit earlier today. The primary objective of this spacewalk continues to be the decommissioning and disconnecting of hardware from the Pirs docking compartment in preparation for its disposal and deorbiting later this summer following the launch of the Naúka multipurpose laboratory module.
And how did you copy us? Well, it was low frequency. Low frequency is important, absolutely. So I am suggesting, since you were working on a DC-1, you are going back to the low frequency panels, and together you disconnect them, and together with the cables you go over to PHO. And Piotr, go back to plate 9, plate 4, and the connectors need to be carefully secured with a wire tie near the bracket. Sounds good. And we copy. And Oleg, after course, you will need to go to the EV hatch. Copy. Oleg, while you are still here, could you turn on U.S. lights for me? Headlights? Yes, of course.
Piotr,
Piotr, do you have Orlan lights up or not? And they're off. I turned them on only when we didn't have any sun. So let's try U.S. lights. And yes, Oleg, let Oleg help me out because I can't reach them fast enough. And I'm like trying to touch something and turn them on, and I can't really find the switch. And I can't find the switch either. Hold on. Now you were turning on mine. That's more comfortable to turn around like that. You're kind of floating away.
не должны сильно нажиматься. О, еще раз. О.
Okay, I need to push them harder. There we go.
Так, сейчас мне надо как-то снова забраться на эту...
Okay, and I need to climb up onto that plate somehow one more time. And I need to transition to the other side.
Так что тебе дать возможность.
Mark, you have a...
Отсюда Москвы для Олега.
Moscow.
Отвечаю, Олег.
This is Oleg. Go ahead, Oleg.
А вы видео принимаете?
Are you receiving the video image?
Да, телевидение есть картинка.
Yes, we are.
Вот эти кабели.
I was wondering, those yellow cables, are these low-frequency cables?
Не зирок, а держать.
Should we just
Нет, Олег.
remove them
Это низкочастотный курс, но
and
нигде от вируса
free them up?
мы...
Well, they are low-frequency, but, well, they will be going to PHO, right? To PGO, all the way up to FGB, and then secure them on the head to the handrail. Copy. Understood.
Москва второму. Принимать?
Moscow, this is Piotr. Are you seeing anything, receiving any images from plate 9?
По краям.
Yes, Piotr.
As we approach the 5.5-hour mark in the spacewalk today by Novitski and Dubrov, Russian flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow report a good test of the repositioned Core's automated rendezvous system cables that were disconnected from the Pirs docking compartment and reconnected to the transfer compartment on the Zvezda service module, where they are temporarily located until the arrival of the Naúka multipurpose laboratory module later this summer.
Maybe it's like to the left, or to the right. Just, I don't know.
Да, немножко с другого ракурса постарался зайти.
And I tried to approach it from a slightly different angle.
Что я тебе могу сказать? К сожалению,
Well, what can I tell you?
сейчас темно, и у тебя одна...
It's pretty dark, and only one half of your light is working. So, unfortunately,
Большой. Там все смутно.
we don't see much.
Я могу временно...
Well, I can turn on Orlan's lights
Будет ярче.
temporarily. Maybe it will be better. Well, maybe. Let me try turning them on.
Так, включил.
Turning them on.
Сейчас видно.
Can you see anything now?
О, сейчас поярче, да.
Yes, it's much better now.
109 хорошо закрыто. Это мы наблюдаем.
And we see the valve,
Подвязаны, это отразы.
the caps that are tied there. Are these connector caps? The ones that are on me? Yes, on me. The ones that we had 3 connectors capped, and I secured them to myself.
Чтобы они не дернулись по дороге, когда пойдешь.
Just make sure they're secure. Just put them somewhere so that they don't grab onto something.
Там, где ты подвернул кабеля,
Where you adjusted the cable. I haven't turned the cables up.
Подвернул кабель. Они пока...
I haven't rolled them up yet. They are pretty loose right now. And I am
Продолжаю работать с
putting the caps into the trash bags, into my trash bag, and will continue working with the cables. And I'm turning off the Orlan light. I got to the course plate. Do you see that? Yes, we do see that. And let me catch my breath for a second. And I see 3 connectors here. 30. And does it matter in what order I work with them? No, it does not. And I probably need to get a wire tie as well for that cable, right? Yes. The caps go into the trash bag. Pressing on.
Moscow station. Moscow EV2. So it is P-26 plate.
Заворот хватит, чтобы под нее спрятать их разъемы, чтобы они не мешали, не проходили.
That's how I can hide the connectors. Yes, it's closer, so you may tuck them under the plate. Copy.
Которые не были обернуты, уже все рассыпается.
And the braiding here, it's falling apart. It's just disintegrating into small particles because of old age.
Так, расстыковал разъемы.
Connectors are demated.
Принято, Олег, наблюдали.
Yes, Oleg, we copy, and we were observing you.
Five hours, 41 minutes into the spacewalk. Oleg Novitski and Piotr Dubrov are double-checking some of the connections on the Corps' automated rendezvous antenna cables that were disconnected from the Pirs docking compartment earlier in the spacewalk today and reconnected temporarily to connectors on the transfer compartment of the Zvezda service module. Everything has gone extremely well with the spacewalk. All of the objectives to disconnect critical hardware from the Pirs docking compartment have been accomplished. The crew still has other tasks on the docket, including the deployment of materials and biological experiment packages on the Poisk docking module. And we'll be standing by for further word on whether or not the crew will be pressing ahead with that work in the final stages of today's spacewalk that began at 12:53 a.m. Central Time, 1:53 a.m. Eastern Time. The first spacewalk, each for Novitski and Dubrov, the 238th in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades.
Moscow, EV1.
Отвечай, Олег.
Oleg, go ahead.
Картиночку принимаете?
Are you receiving my video right now?
Так, ну вот я вышел на кольцевые поручни.
I'm on the circular handrails. I have 2112 and 2113 on the right. I could lay the cable between these two handrails and then secure it.
Олег, пропадание было.
Oleg, we had a drop in comm.
В сторону ФГБ тянуть.
So, route the cable towards FGB and secure to handrail 2121 or lower by the bracket 2111, where it will actually be better if you routed the cable that way. Okay, copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, 5 hours, 48 minutes into the spacewalk. Novitski and Dubrov have now wrapped up work with the Corps' automated rendezvous system antenna cables that were disconnected from the Pirs docking compartment and reconnected to a variety of connection points at the transfer compartment of the Zvezda service module. Earlier, the high-frequency cables, as they are called, were all successfully relocated and tested, and Russian flight controllers reported good continuity with those temporarily repositioned cables. The crew went back and completed some of the work to reconnect low-frequency cables. So all that work now is complete, and the crew is pressing ahead with the removal of a gap spanner at the spacewalking ladder along the side of the Poisk module of the International Space Station.
Remove the gap spanner from the DC and take it with you. So get back to the docking compartment where you were before with the plate. And then use the circular handrails and I go towards Piotr, correct? Oleg, what I propose right now, go back to the docking compartment where you demated your connectors. Use the circular handrail. Go to the EV ladder. There will be a tether from the EV ladder to the service module. So you translate and along the circular handrail, along the cone, go to MRM2. Is it any more clear now? No, it's clear. I'm going towards the connector plates where I worked before and go towards the EV ladder also. Yes, that is correct. Moscow, EV2. Go ahead, Piotr. Are you receiving my video? Yes, we can see something, but it's from the side. And it's also a bit dark. I'm going to turn on the light. The connectors are pretty large. I cannot really tuck them in completely. There are some cables there already, but I'm almost successful in tucking everything under the connector plate. So the cables from a course are not sticking out too much. That's a good decision. I approve, Piotr.
Oleg. Yeah.
And Oleg? Under your right hand? To the right, catty corner of the handrail, there is the lanyard. So use the lanyard because it's easier to translate that way. This lanyard is only one and it's kind of shaky. Okay, use the handrails. I understand your concern. And you may inspect the DC to PHO interface at the same time. Copy. The the ceiling surface is clean. Everything seems to be nominal. This antenna was activated and tested today. Understood. I was just thinking how to go around it. Well, here there are 2 lanyards. There should be. I see 1 lanyard, so I could use it for translation. Okay, I secured the course cables now. Copy, Piotr.
Ну, мы тогда на СМ в районе 9-й платы все завершили с тобой.
So we are done with the plate number 9 on the service module. You may go towards MRM2. Yes, we are going to translate. And here is the plate under which I tucked in the cable.
Ну, в принципе, вы готовили, где тест выносливость рядом с люком.
Выносливость is close to the hatch. As you prepared, you could retrieve 2 samples close to the hatch and install them if you're ready. And if you have any strength left. Yes, I have some strength left. You sound convinced that you do.
Да, хотел спросить, мягкий поручень, который был параллельно поручню.
So the handrail that was parallel,
Закрепил на поручень возле выходного люка. Его
I
заводим.
am now attached to the handrail close to the EV hatch.
Его заберем тоже внутрь.
And may I take that tether with me? Yes, you may take it inside the hatch. Just don't mix it up with the other tether.
Позже упаковать и для возврата на землю.
Because the other one will be packed. And until we have the connector returned. I have here 602 MRM2 labeling on one of them. Okay, I'm at the EV ladder. Yes, I can see that.
С него тогда перейдешь на поручни СМ.
And from there, you may go to the service module handrails. They made the hook of the transfer tether. And we'll also take the lower tether and take it to MRM2. Is it all right that I'm only tethered by 2 hooks to the EVA ladder? 2 hooks on EVA ladder, that's enough tethering. Copy, thank you. Also, you may use the foot restraint to secure closer to the service module.
This is Mission Control Houston, just over 6 hours into today's spacewalk. Cosmonauts Oleg Novitski and Piotr Dubrov are in the home stretch of this 6th spacewalk out of the International Space Station this year, the first for each of them in their careers, and the 238th in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. The crew working efficiently outside replaced a fluid flow regulator panel on the Zarya module, discarding the old unit in a container that was jettisoned aft of the International Space Station earlier this morning. And then the two cosmonauts went to work in the final decommissioning of the Pirs docking compartment after 20 years of service to the station as a docking port and a spacewalking airlock. They retracted the Strela telescoping boom from the Pirs docking compartment and stowed it alongside the Poisk module, from which they exited the International Space Station at 12:53 a.m. Central Time this morning. The two cosmonauts demated a series of antenna cables from the Pirs docking compartment, reconnecting them temporarily to the Zvezda service module. Those cables associated with the Corps' automated rendezvous system, those cables were retested in their new location by Russian flight controllers, and everything checked out normally. They will ultimately be rehooked up to the newly arrived Naúka multipurpose laboratory module once it arrives at the station later this year. The cosmonauts are in the process of removing a gap spanner between the Pirs spacewalking ladder and the Zvezda service module, and we'll stand by and see whether or not time will allow the two cosmonauts to install a series of payloads on the outside of the Poisk module before they complete the spacewalk.
And also, you are going to do the test payload, panel 17.
Для теста у меня не будет двух точек страховки, у меня только один маленький ряд.
But I do not have enough to secure the test hardware. I don't have enough slack on that particular short cable.
Попробовать перецепить.
I will try to rehook my cutter to the large red and then use it for the test hardware. No, I'll put the test payload on the short tether.
I have the выносливость red connected to my red. Copy. I have the racket wrench secured on large red, and I have freed up a small red. One more small red. All right, and then test. Payload. And they are numbered here. So there should be a number 17 on the body. Actually, Piotr, it's 17A, not 17. What's the battery voltage on the display? It's 25.4. Copy. Piotr, I will have to give you a recommendation. So the battery is pretty drained. So if anything, your fan may die, the pump, and maybe even the comm. Yeah. It's going to be pretty unfortunate and lonely without that. Well, you need to turn on injector. You connect the electrical umbilical, switch the power to onboard power, and you have to press EVA's power on the EVA support panel. You will have to go back and to set up your power supply for the suit from onboard power. I copy all. And I am taking test 17R. Copy. It is not 17, it's 17A. We copy. All right, I got to the EV hatch, and I see somebody's legs there. These are mine. I'm trying to kind of get out a little bit. We didn't copy your last. I said that I got to the EV hatch, and I see Piotr there. Copy. And I need to move into your direction. I can go up a little bit. All right. As far as I understand, I need to follow the same route as we did. No, Piotr, no. Hold on. Hold your horses. Okay, so you are next to the EV hatch 1. Piotr, Stays there, and I will give you the handrail numbers, because then there is also a double antenna, AR2R. Okay, next to the EV hatch. Right. Okay, so I probably still have to move up. Just tell me where to go. Let me try and pass by you. And there is a handrail, but let me think how I can secure myself. Well, let me move a little bit back to SM. Let me try. What if I move over here? Are you happy? Yes, it works. Am I in the way now? No, you aren't. And we are walking. Right. Moscow, EV2. Go ahead. All right, I am at the antenna installation location. Your handrail to install it is 6038. It's to the right of the antenna, and it is basically goes up between 6030 and 6031. It goes up perpendicular to them, and those go around the circumference of the module, and you will have to install 6039, the shortened gap spanner. Do you see it? Okay, I see 6039. Okay, so the lock. So the time for выносливость, we're going to leave for now. Test needs to be pointed with its lock in the direction of the antenna. All right, 6039, that's where test goes. Okay, so what do we install first? Выносливость before test? No, on 6039, you need to install test payload. After that, you install выносливость on 6038. But if I install test now, I'm not quite sure if there is enough room for выносливость. Well, we're not talking over each other. Okay. So выносливость is going to be looking away from the antenna, outwards. Right. Copy.
This discussion between the cosmonauts and Russian flight controllers involves the orientation of the Venoslavost panels, this experiment that will be mounted on the side of the Poisk module to expose samples of materials for space application, thus studying the impact of the low Earth orbit environment on the mechanical properties of certain materials, assessing their strength on the Russian segment pressurized shell structural elements.
Oleg, are you close to the hatch? I am. I am next to the EV hatch. And so do you see that umbilical?
The cosmonauts are also in the process of installing another payload called the test payload on the Poisk module for exposure of microbiological specimens delivered from Earth to study the impact of the low Earth orbit environment on the viability of microflora. These two final payload installation activities should wrap up the spacewalk for today. Russian flight controllers in Korolyov reporting that the two cosmonauts did in fact complete the removal of a gap spanner that was the last piece of hardware on the Pirs docking compartment. It was removed from a spacewalking ladder on Pirs that was in close proximity to the Poisk module of the International Space Station.
Copy. And then...
So that gap spanner is now removed from the spacewalking ladder on the Pirs docking compartment. It was stowed on the outside of the Zvezda service module and will be reinstalled once the Naúka multipurpose laboratory module is launched and arrives at the space station later this year.
So do I need to tighten it with the ratchet wrench, or is hand tightening enough? Mostly by hand and one.
So all of the hardware elements from the Pirs docking compartment that needed to be removed prior to its undocking and disposal later this year have been in fact removed and relocated or stowed. So the Pirs now is fully decommissioned and ready to be removed from the International Space Station by the ISS Progress 77 cargo ship later this year after the Naúka multipurpose laboratory module is launched.
All right, I am at the EV hatch.
The spacewalk now is 6 hours and 22 minutes in duration. The two cosmonauts are completing the installation of these two experiment packages on the outside of the Poisk module, after which it is expected that they will be instructed to wrap up their work, take inventory of their tools and tethers, and make their way back inside the Poisk module airlock.
All right, I have this wing nut tightened with the ratchet wrench, and I have the reds inside. Copy.
Piotr,
remove large hook of the safety reds from the test handle and carefully one by one, unscrew unintelligible and screw in unintelligible. Copy. So I did get the notification that the cartridge is almost used up, and I got the same. And I am in MRM2. So what should I take? Test or выносливость? Take both. EV2 is here. Piotr, you got the message that the cartridge life is limited, but this is due to the time that it's been operational. It's nominal work time is 9 hours, and it's been working for 10, hence the message. We copy. Just an FYI, Moscow, that we got that message. Well, good. Thank you for reporting. Okay, I have the first sample installed, but it's very close to unintelligible. EV1. I have secured test to large red and one transport tether. Sounds like a good plan. Copy. And we also have выносливость secured with a small red and transportation tether. Sounds good. I have both payloads secured. Now I am egressing MRM2. Copy. No joy. Okay, I'm out from EV hatch 1. That's for EV1. Come again, Moscow. We did not copy your last. So your translation path should be the same as the one that you used at the beginning of your spacewalk. We copy. Oleg, when you pass under the strut that goes under the handrail of the EV hatch 2, there in the direction of the PHO, there is a circular handrail, and that's where you need to install the payload. Oleg, careful.
We've now hit the 6.5-hour mark in the spacewalk by Oleg Novitski and Piotr Dubrov. A highly successful spacewalk. The two cosmonauts are putting the final touches on the installation of a pair of payload packages on the outside of the Poisk module, one called the test experiment that measures the exposure of microbiological specimens to study the impact of the low Earth orbit environment on the viability of microflora, and the installation of an experiment called Vinoslavost, the latest in a series of experiments that has carried this name throughout the years. Vinoslavost, the Russian word for endurance. These panels attached now to the outside of the Poisk module to measure the effect of low Earth orbit environment effects on a variety of different materials. All of the work associated with the disconnection of equipment and the removal of equipment from the Pirs docking compartment, first launched in September of 2001 to the International Space Station. All of that work is complete. The two cosmonauts removed a Strela telescoping boom from Pirs, relocated it and stowed it on the Poisk module, now being used as an airlock for Russian spacewalks. And they demated a series of antenna cables for the Corps' automated rendezvous system from the Pirs, relocating those cables to a temporary location on the Zvezda service module, where they were checked out and deemed to be operational for the time being by Russian flight controllers. They will be hooked up later to the newly arrived Naúka multipurpose laboratory module once it makes its way to the International Space Station later this year.
And Vinoslavost is pretty big. It is right. We have Vinoslavost secured temporarily. And Vinoslavost is going to be pointing in the direction of FGB, but the wing nut should be pointing in the direction of MRM2. And I'm not quite sure I can hold it. And what? We didn't copy your last. I wouldn't be able to secure it. The wing nut is going to be pointing in the direction of MRM2. Well, how did you copy? EV1. Oleg, there was a com dropout. We didn't copy your last. I'm saying that if we install Vinoslivest pointing towards the FGB module, then the wing nut is going to be pointing in the direction of MRM2, and it's going to be really hard for me to secure it. Well, not literally in the direction of FGB. It needs to have the samples pointing up. So this wing nut or the latch needs to be pointing in the direction of MRM2, but the payload itself should be pointing up. Pointing up. I'm not sure if we can install it like that. It can only be pointed to the side. Well, that's what we're talking about. If it's pointing towards 6007, no, only towards the horizon, and let it be so. I can see it. Install it on the handrail. Copy and work. And preferably at the lower part of the handrail. And the wing nut allows you to do so. All right, I have Vinoslivest installed. Hand tightened it. And I am taking out the ratchet wrench. I have it tightened with the ratchet wrench 1/4 of a turn. And Vinoslivest payload has been successfully installed. Copy. Take the safety tethers. Translate to the EVA hatch. Yes, I'm close to the hatch. The latch has operated. Copy. Okay, now look at the other handrail here. If you can see how it is secured. Okay, I moved away a little bit from the handrail. I think I will remove the small red. It's just in the way right now. Of course. So how about the ratchet wrenches? Do I need to tighten? Yes. 1/4 turn, please.
This is Mission Control Houston, 6 hours, 40 minutes into the spacewalk by Novitski and Dubrov. The final installation of these two payload packages all but complete at the Poisk module of the International Space Station, after which the two cosmonauts will begin to wrap up the collection of their tools and tethers and make their way back inside Poisk, close the hatch. That will mark the end of this spacewalk in terms of elapsed time. They'll take a few minutes to make sure that all of their suit checkouts are completed with the Russian flight control team in Korolyov. You're looking at a live view from a balcony camera at their International Space Station flight control room on the outskirts of Moscow. Then the repressurization of the Poisk airlock will begin. The Russian spacewalks are measured from hatch open to hatch close. So once the hatch is closed and we get an official hatch closure time, we'll have a series of statistics for you before we wrap up today's coverage. Just a programming reminder, as this spacewalk draws to a close, work is ongoing down at the Kennedy Space Center in preparation for the launch tomorrow of a Falcon 9 rocket by SpaceX to send the next cargo ship to the International Outpost. The Cargo Dragon is loaded with some 7,000 pounds of supplies, scientific experiments, and the first pair of IROSA solar arrays. IROSA stands for ISS Roll-Up Solar Arrays. They will be installed during a pair of spacewalks in a couple of weeks by Thomas Pesquet and Shane Kimbrough on the P6 truss to provide power augmentation for the 2B and 4B power channels, 2 of the 8 power channels on the station. In all, these IROSA arrays 6 of them will be installed to augment 6 of the 8 power channels on the International Space